Getting ready to sell my Kramer vintage. So thought I'd clean it up, set it up, restring it, get her all ready to go. Forgot the cord. These strings are about a year old, by the way. Yeah, they're like a year old. You know, they just keep lasting. But I imagine with the new strains, it'll probably sound a lot more clear. Something I want to disclose right away to anybody that might be interested in buying this guitar. It's called Ruby Red, but at least on my main screen here, it's looking kind of what I would call salmon pink. But it's a weird thing about this guitar. If you look in the upper corner, on camera, it usually tends to be like a much deeper red, more like a real ruby. But like when I bought this several years ago, it's like all the pictures that were online all looked like the little picture. That red, kind of like my shirt. But then you get them, and it's this color. So just be prepared, know what you're getting. Make sure that's what you want. All right. There's a couple of things I did on here that I'm gonna undo, like the detuna. And I have a stabilizer on the tremolo. And I have other brass screws. Oh, so let's see. What year is this thing? Let me look at the labels. I was just looking at this a little bit ago. California says this product causes cancer. What it says here. Alright, it was manufactured 12/2019. I brought it like April 2020. A couple months after it was made. Let me turn it on. Put my amp on standby. I put a little Teflon tape on this because I didn't like, it has a bad habit of unscrewing while, turn that around. This is how they are. Holy crap, they didn't crack, is it? What the? How long's my warranty? What the heck? just saw this. Please excuse the guitar's dirtiness, but more importantly, there's a little hairline crack in there. This is just plastic, of course, so it doesn't matter, but just annoying. I have to say I'm not most impressed with the Gibson quality level on these things. Some springs. Got most of the original stuff that goes with it. Kramer sticker, press rod adjustment wrench. Got two Allens on the back of the headstock. One of those got lost, so there's a replacement one there. I'll be putting all that stuff in the box. I have the original box that it came in. Alright, Beretta vintage screws. Try to keep track of those things. There's a tiny crease there. This guitar was slightly cosmetically damaged in the shipping. Let's see if I can put this up. So yeah, a little bit there. Ah, there it is, kind of towards the back. If that's on camera, I can't tell because this picture's in the way. Oh, well, if I can't see it, you can't see it. Sorry. Yeah, kind of towards the back there. There was that. And let's see what else we had. That's the same damage. Couple little hits there. Yeah, it's actually pretty hard to see. I think that's the same thing. And one that I didn't see at the time I was taking those pictures was back in under here. There's that divot right there. Because what they did, they they had one of these screwed all the way down, like fucking Hulk had tightened it, or machine set too high. Screwed all the way down. They had the tremolo bridge way too high up, and they loosened the strings for shipping, I suppose. And the effect was it came rocking back so far that dug into the paint. And yeah, I think that's the only real blemishes. I won't know until I clean it off again, but I did notice there's a little crease. You might be able to see when the light goes there. It doesn't go through the paint, but it's a little bump. I think that's it. Other than that, basically new. Let's see. Need my detuning thing too. This should be the right one. And oh, it's not plugged in. Sound of everything falling out of this box. That makes us happy. Just fix that. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. You're back. I wanted to see, these I think are supposed to be brass, so I was seeing if they're magnetic. And the answer is no, they're not magnetic. Clean that off a little bit. Get in there. Doesn't want to go in. Don't know why. Oh, it's okay. Wondering why I would bother retightening the string, because reinstalling the string. The floating tremolo, you're always best changing strings one at a time with everything already set up, because then it's going to be in basically the same place. All the tension's the same, etc. So that's how I want to start when I go to change the strings. I can probably go ahead and remove all these. When I put these on here, I didn't know that the stock ones on this tremolo were brass. It's basically a nicer tremolo than I thought it was. not a special. Clean some of this gunk up. Got all those off. No. Grr. Try to make it cleaner for the next person. Dirty. Probably should have done it one at a time. Hope everybody had a wonderful Christmas, by the way. Probably help if I actually had this pointing at the stuff I'm doing. There we go. Still ain't quite to my liking. Ah, fudge. A little scratch on there. Yeah, but there we go. If you want the scratch back, just take a little naphtha and it'll come right off. I don't even know how it got scratched. Wasn't quite happy with how it was down in here. Seemed to get all of the stuff out. How it gets so dirty in the first place. I mean, of course it had a little bit of lubricant. I need something to get in there. Put these out of the way. Can't really get in there. And there's some serious junk. Now let's get the parts we can reach a bit. Seymour Duncan. This is a great pickup. The JB. Very nice. Quite like it. This guitar has a lot of things to like about it. However, what I was really expecting to get was something that had kind of a 90s, well, 80s really, shallow C neck profile like other Kramers I'd have played. And that's not really what this has. It's more like a, to me, it seems more like a shallow D profile to the neck. Which just does not fit my hand right. Had the same problem with a Dean, but a lot worse. The Dean had a deep U and I couldn't play it worth a darn. So I sold that guitar on Reverb. So this guitar and that guitar are the only ones I've ever sold. But you know, for somebody that wants that sort of modern shallow D profile, this would be just spiffy for them. And there's nothing wrong with the guitar, but the neck makes it wrong for me. And so I just can't really enjoy it fully. I have I just keep feeling like I'd keep feeling like I was playing worse and worse, and then I'd get on one of my guitars with an old school neck, and suddenly I play a lot better and faster. And it's like, shit, it's that neck. Just can't get along with it. Looks like this could really use an actual polish job. How did that get missed? I don't know if these will show up, but it's got a lot more little like light scratches here, here, here than I would have thought. I guess the dust was hiding them. Which good polishing would Probably get all those out. I don't see why it wouldn't. Another strip of that paper towel. This one will do. Can't get that in there. It's hard to get this stuff in here. Like pipe cleaners. Oh dear. Gotta take my evening pills. I'm getting old. Gosh darn. Oh, dust gets in everywhere. I wonder if I can get that with the toothbrush. I got it. If I want to do polish on this or not. Probably not, because I might get water into places the way I do it. And that would be bad. So I guess we're going to call that lots of small scratches. Don't damage the frets. Plastic's still on that cover. It probably has whatever block it came with. It's grass. Basically returning this to the way it was from the factory. Actually a little better than it was from the factory because they sent it all, like every setting was messed up. And they shipped with the tremolo arm somebody just threw it in the box. Wasn't put in a baggie or taped to the side or anything. So it just bounced around, and that's what I'm assuming caused those dings. Okay. I need that screw back from, where would that be? Ah. So the way this tremolo stabilizer works is you put this black, just solid plastic inside of the spring. Which is a bit of a trick in and of itself. There. Yeah, it's adjusted out to bring it back. Put some pressure on this. Excuse me. Come out. Yeah. Little sticky felt pad goes on there. Supposed to keep it quiet. And there's a special little screw with the thing. Here's the original screw. Probably would have left it in there, but it's Australian and my wife's Australian, so it just seemed like I need to keep that terminal stabilizer. Boop-a-doo. Oh, my spring tension is off. After doing all that. Get this puppy back set somewhat normally. Got a couple old picks. You have a floating tremolo like so. You have this plate is supposed to be dead level, but eyeballing it can kind of be inaccurate. It can look like it's tilted forward or back when it's really just fine. So it's best to get something to actually put it next to the gap, and you can see, get these a little closer. It's actually very close. Double check. too stable. Okay, so that is removed. That's back to normal. Time to change strings. This could really use a good polish. Hard to imagine how it got so many light scratches and stuff. Not like I abused it or anything. Well, keep that back in there for a second. I'm actually going to remove the tremolo for just a second. Middle spring, top string, bottom string. Get that out of there. Oh, maybe I can't. Please come out. Well, get in there a little better anyway. Eesh, like the black stuff out of there. Turn down. A little crumb of black grease there, lubricant of some kind. Show that place where the tremolo spring ate into the paint underneath the tremolo, so it's not like anybody's gonna see it, but I want to point out everything that I know of over there. Okay. So that volume keep turning on. Couple of years of finger goo. Lovely. Alright. Well, it's empty anyway. Oh, maybe it wasn't quite in. Gets up all over the whole guitar doing that. There was still stuff on that volume knob. It's push-pull volume top, or volume knob. It's kind of cool. Oh. Turn off. Yep. Let's protect our strings. or frets rather. Didn't really go down in the bottom of that hole. Turn on the door tuner. Oop, not the guitar that's out of tune, it's me. Alright. Once you get the strings properly stretched on a Floyd trim, and you get the springs balanced right so that your deck stays level. Should be forward back on both sides. Personally, I prefer to keep it level this way too, between the posts. And if I need a little more clearance on these bottom ones, I prefer to add a shim so that you can keep that straight with the grooves in your studs. I think this one is just a little bit lower on that side. And it's not shimmed. Alright. Boy, if you start worrying about little scratches, you'll be polishing your life away. I tend to prioritize playability of an instrument over cosmetic things. In fact, this is the first guitar I ever owned, and it has been modified and remodified and crazy stuff done to it. But back when the Floyd was added, when I added the Floyd to that, there was no internet. to tell us how to do things. There was no instructions that came with the tremolo. My modern one I've done is this, which is an 80s Focus 2000. But I put a Kramer Beretta Special neck on it. Something that if you've played a Beretta Special, it is not the same neck as what's on the vintage. These two guitars look similar, but they're not the same guitar without a tremolo. I mean, without the Floyd. They're different guitars that just share a basic look. Like the Special neck will not direct fit on here because the heel is different. Stuff. Just lots of little things. The headstock is actually bigger on the vintage because on the Special neck I had to put that string retainer right up next to the Floyd, so there just wasn't room. So yeah, it's a different guitar, for better or worse. But I get along with the Beretta Special Radius. It's more like an old Kramer neck. One thing that I'll pass on is if you don't like the modern Kramer's kind of a plasticky feel, you can get a Brillo pad or some very high grit sandpaper and go over it. Remove that whatever they put on there. I didn't do it to this guitar. I did it to the Special neck. And made it feel a whole lot better. Alright, time to change strings. If you deal with the Floyd much, I highly recommend these guys. One nice thing is when you tighten it up, when you get it tight, it'll stop turning, but you can flex this just a little bit, and you know that is as far as you need to go. You don't need to tighten it anymore. I learned about those things on a video from one of Eddie Van Halen's guitar techs. And whether you like Eddie Van Halen or not, and you know, you probably at least recognize that it was that the techs would need to know what they're doing. Keep up with a pretty demanding tour schedule and have guitars changed over quickly and stretched out. And there's some notorious instruments or incidences that happened when something wasn't perfect right off the bat, but those are actually pretty few and far between. Alright, I'm going to go into how I set up one of these and change the strings. I'll do a little different, and I think the result is much more stable. Put this aside. Get us a new string. These are Fender Super 250s, 9 to 42. Nothing super fancy. I believe the bottom one's brass colored. Yep. We start there. Ding. Okay, I'm gonna clip the ball off. Doop-a-doo. We won't need that puppy. Now, I'll get the nut ready here. So what I do is I start at the tuner end. I wrap once over and then get a few turns under, and then I bring it down here. Oh, I pull it, lock the nut by hand, just finger tight's good so it doesn't creep back. Clip it off about here, shove it in. Make sure your thing can still travel up and down, because if you have an old style one that has lost the cap off the bottom, the string can go clear through and hit the plate, and you don't want that. Anyway, you get it in there, you make sure it's straight so it doesn't like go in cockeyed. You want it straight. Tighten it up here, loosen the nut, tighten it up there. Because what I found was I'd get one all stretched out, it'd be fine, but you know, staying in tune great. Let it set for a little while, and like one or two strings would go out of tune. And then if I tuned those back and played for a little bit, it would sound great. But as I played it, these strings would basically stretch out again, and I'd have to tune back to what it was originally. And basically what I believe is happening is as you wind this onto the tuner, it'll actually kind of twist the string a bit. If you've ever taken off this end first and still had it tightened up there, you may have noticed like a string, instead of being straight down, as if you just pull it out, it'll be like 90 degrees this way or 45 that way. And that kind of represents, or kind of gives a clue that this string had rotated as it was being strung up. And you end up, if you get enough torsional load on this, enough twist into the string, then it'll have to be stretched more or less than the others. So I found a solution to like having the one or two strings that goes out of tune. Loosen them up, clip here, so you've got a clean start, put it back in, and then tighten it back up, and generally it'll stay in tune after that and not keep going out of whack. And then I was like, well, why redo those? Just do it all from the beginning by stringing it from that end, get them in straight. And this has a lot higher rate of working right from the beginning. So, through the nut, one over, under the string retainer, and give it a couple of turns. However much makes you feel good. I like to leave a little up there so that if it breaks off down here, I can unwind it, stick it back in. Okay. Let's say about there. I don't know if my string will clip. Tighten it with the fingers. Get this in straight. Now, spending a little extra time here to get it right will save you a lot of time tuning down the road. Here's what I was saying about it has a little bit of twist to the wrench. That's tight enough. I like to give that a little bit of a manual bend so that it's not a bit humped there. Loosen the finger tight nut, tighten her up to pitch. So I've got this plugged in. I'm going to get the electronic tuner. Get the PC tuner. Where'd my mouse go? The E and the A have the most tension on them, so when you're tuning, if you just like brought one of these up to pitch and some of the others that are out of tune, get this one right and this one right and see if the others come into line. Because if you're floating, one thing affects another. Alright, another pro tip. This little puppy here is a string stretcher. And you put it like so. Run it up and down. Six ought to do. Wow. So I learned about that tool also from that same tech. And back when I first got a Floyd, somebody that had a tremolo told me to, stretch your strings when you put them on there, and I always have. It's kind of with my fingers. But this sucker, you can do it that way if you want, but this sucker is really freaking nice. Does a consistent, good stretch. 6 times or so is all I do. And I saw a video where a guy was testing guitar gadgets. Patent pending. I don't remember what brand this is. Oh, Stretcher. It's a stretcher. I think that's like the official one. But there's a guy testing these gadgets, and he, I have no doubts that he was a good guitarist and knowledgeable and such. But one of the gadgets he tested was one of those. I think it was a cheaper one, so I don't know how well it would last. Because these things are abrasive. It's got to be like sandpaper. Anyway, he tested one of those, and then he's like, I don't really know if that's necessary, and I don't like it on principle. And his principle was that any time taken away from playing and practicing was bad. So he was like, instead of stretching the strings using this tool, just play and the strings will naturally stretch. I don't think he used a Floyd. I don't even think he used locking tuners or locking nut. And that's really what something like that's going to be designed for. It could be good for anybody. But to me, that was the most ridiculous argument, because what kind of practicing are you going to do when you go out of tune every 5 seconds? All you're going to practice is tuning. But he hated that idea that you'd be taken away from your practicing time so much that he like broke it and burned it. Like what? But to me, if you get your strings stretched while you're putting on the strings, that took like what, 20 extra seconds there? It's going to be times each string. Get it all done then. Your tremolo is easy to get set up then. And then you can go into some real practice and just play straight away all you want. Okay. Through the tuner, 1 rep over. Pull it tight. 2 windings under. Just till you feel good about yourself. Oh, I feel pretty good about that. So tighten the nut down by hand. Bonk. Guess the volume's on. I usually go in a little ways, about the half the distance there. Now remember, get this puppy straight in there. Because the Floyd, the more parallel, straight, etc., everything 90-degree angles that you can get, the better it's going to work. The more stable it'll be. That's nice and straight. Okay, that's giving me a little flex. Loosen the nut. Tighten the string. Oh no, that was terrible. If I have to tune down much and I don't have the thing locked, I'll give it a little tug because it can get bound up in there. One thing I haven't mentioned, but just in general with Floyd Rose, some good info to know, is that the way the nut is, it goes curving down, like the string goes through into the nut, curves down, and then goes out the other side of the nut. And one side of this retainer block is flat, that goes this way, and the other side is curved. So you want to make sure and have the curve go in the right direction, otherwise things are going to be weird. And the second thing on that, these are reversible this way. Second thing involved with that curve is that the strings need to go down, and that retainer bar that goes over the strings needs to be far enough down that the string is pulled all the way down over that curve. Because if it doesn't go all the way down over the curve, then it'll be sticking up a little bit, and when you tighten that nut down, it'll pull your string sharp. If you've ever had a Floyd that keeps going sharp when you tune it, that's generally the reason why. Also, if you've never done it, it's a good idea to check that the screws holding the the nut down to the neck are actually tight. They were loose on this from the factory. Oh, time to stretch with the stretcher. Stretcher. Get to the stretcher. Get to the stretcher. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis. Apparently, during the touring with Van Halen, the guy that did the video I watched, he said he'd keep 3 of those. He'd like do 2 strings. They would change them so fast that the thing would get hot. And so he'd set that one aside, go to the next string, have a fresh one. It'd get hot, go to the third one because of the friction. Come on, A. Oops. A is going down to G. Showing how much we stretch that. Those are pretty good. I'm just going to go ahead and lock that. Oh, might as well undo the next one. Puppy out. Give him a spin. Nickel. Okay. I prefer the old bags, individual bags for each string. I'm old. They just come all in one bag. Maybe that saves somebody a few cents. Okay. Get off the ball. Stick it through the nut. Under the spring retainer. Through the tuner. Once around the top. Next one under. Zoom, 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 zoom. I just do the once over the top and then down because that would kind of lock the string into place. These days people have locking tuners and stuff. I'm sure that's pretty cool. Never had a locking tuner. Okay, tighten the nut by hand. Cut this off a little ways down. Make sure your strings haven't coiled around and got entangled with the other strings. Oop. Yep. Oh, no, 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 no. Don't you try to slip on me. Go sideways. Centered and straight. Tight enough, loosen the nut, tighten the string. Huh. Those boys went way up for some reason. I'm gonna have to loosen the nut on these. So yeah, good thing to do is get these kind of centered so that you have some movement both up and down. Change that one so I'm not too worried about it. Oh, stretch that string. Oh, I think I did 7. Oh well. Next string. Wrong way. I still cut off my ball ends on the unwound strings. Let's do it the same. Through the nut, under the retainer, through the tuner, ow! Hooked myself on another string tip. One under. Oh, sorry. don't kink your strings. I'm just holding it tight with my fingers, not bending it. Okay, tighten with the fingers. If you cut it off short, you can always unwind it a little up there. Yeah. Shifted on me when I went to tighten it, I think. Not quite right. Like I said, spending a little extra time here tends to save you a lot of time down the road. Damn it. Why does this seem to be impossible? Anyway. I forgot to give my things a little bit of a bend over that. Okay, hold it tight, loosen the nut, tighten the string. I was going to clean the headstock between each string, I forgot. So I'm going to have to try to stick something under all the strings. Better not be a scratchy knob. Stretchy, stretchy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Forgot I was stopping at 6. Pretty quick tuners. Making sure I'd already done the thing with the I've run out of room on those. I have to fix that and see. Tighten that. Loosen these two. Boy, you can see that whole thing drop. Make sure that my retainer is low enough. take a break to change my batteries and take a leak. I highly recommend one of these for guitar maintenance, but I also recommend getting some rechargeable batteries for them. Get like a 12-pack of Amazon ones or something. That way you can change them out rotation. So I was spending, like, when I was working all day on these, I was burning up like 3 Energizers a day. Oh, be right back. Again. Back again. No. Snow fatality. Oh dear. Looks like I'll be repairing a snowman later. Went to put more Coca-Colas in our drink fridge here. Pulled that out and a little tray fell over. Knocked the snowman off of the Christmas display. He shattered. Hopefully he wasn't incredibly valuable. A little epoxy and he'll be just fine. He'll be ready to spread Christmas cheer next year. Coca-Cola. Damn, it's a little cold. It's just starting to turn slushy. Alright. Man, as soon as you clean or polish something like this, everything starts showing up. And everything starts sticking to it. Darn it. Still tempting to polish it. But it's a kind of a messy job. Da 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 da. Would you like to swing on a star? Carry moonbeams home in a jar? Or would you like to swing on a star? Or would you rather be a fish? Taking care of that bit of cleaning on the headstock real quick before I forget. And my plan, if I can sell this baby, is to go ahead and buy a Kramer 1984. Because I've heard the neck radius is different. And that's really more what I wanted. I want the straight pickup. This sounds great, but I want a straight pickup. I like the slightly droopier headstock. So I kind of hope to put the money from the sale of this plus money I got for Christmas together and maybe make that little dream happen. Sooner it's gone. Well, the tenor likes this pickup better than my other guitars. It's usually really jumpy. That one's already locked down. There. Go ahead and lock these. I think I need to do this one. Yeah, I already checked that one. I think I might take that down just a little bit. Maybe. Just lowering the string retainer bar just a hair. Dust just falling out of the sky and getting this stuff dirty as quick as I can clean it. Okay, so one of these is thin and one is slightly thicker. Looks like yellow is next. Drop off the ball. Oops. Kind of need to take the old string off first. Raise that a little bit since its neck is swept back. I mean, the headstock is. Way, get out the way. This is the one without a ball end. Through the nut, under the retainer. Please. There we go. Over there. For some reason it wants to go to the wrong tuning peg. What's over? Tight, couple under, yep, that's not one to go under. There we go. Tighten that, hold it in place. Finger tight will do. Nope. Yep. Loosen the nut, tighten the string. Don't put too much pressure on like one string. I mean on the string here with like one finger, it's more likely to kink. You don't want them kinky. Don't want to give a string any excuse to be squirrely. Wake up, tuner. It's an E. Okay. It's our stretcher. You don't have to bend this too far. I'm going to get crazy with it. Got it bent like about that much. binding going on above the nut, but once that's locked down, it's not going to matter. Last string. Whew, I'm really tired. Dropping off the ball. Through the nut. This is trying to go out the side. No, no, no. Get in there. What the heck? Quit it. I'm just gonna have to take the whole damn nut thing off of there. Don't know what its malfunction was, but we have ways around that. Under the retainer. Through the tuning peg. How about fudge? Hopped out. Once over. Rest under. Looking pretty good. Tighten her up. Going down in there. Acting contrary, it's wanting to go over in the side slot and all kinds of things. Good down. This string is a Rebel. With the Rebel yells, cried more, more, more. Give her that stretch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So. So get this up in playing position, unlock the nut, get everything tuned, and start checking for stuff. Be kind of out of whack because I'm resetting the screws here. A little high.
Baby.
Oh, all right.
No, it fell off. I said I was going to have something to eat, but as soon as I said I'm going to have something to eat, my indigestion went bleh.
Okay, sweetheart. Did you have fun playing the game?
Yeah. Ran around collecting site things. Joy wasn't there, so no.
Oh.
Oh no. What the fuck?
So I pulled out the Coke box and that thing fell over and
It broke.
That table
Yeah.
fell over, knocked the snowman off.
And broke my snowman.
Yeah, I thought I was going to tell you about it. So I should be able to glue it back together.
He's already lost a bird, now he's lost his base.
What just fell up? Did you get whatever fell
Yeah,
off there?
it was just his candle.
Okay. For snowman? Well, where did it come from?
I bought it ages ago.
Okay.
Him and Santa match.
Uh,
Yeah, I'll get you others.
I'll work on it, baby. No, don't go too high. Ah, shit. Trying to keep it kind of balanced here. I'll check that one in a minute. I'll correct them with 5 tutors. Whew, it's getting hot. Fan.
Stole one of your fruit cups. See how that goes.
Okay. With the floater, you want to make sure, you probably need to keep your strings quiet, but you don't want to put enough pressure on there to affect another one. Like if I get this G here going, it'll change if I've got pressure on that. Alter the pitch. I wondered why everything was weird. I had that turned off so that it wouldn't interfere. This tuner doesn't like gain. plate under the tremolo hits the body before you quite get 2 frets there. I kind of like to get at least that much, but I haven't checked the rest of the stuff. Oh, this is why I did the tuning this last time in playing position. If you watch that. Oh, I'm gonna turn off the gain. Basically gay. I'm not even holding on the neck, so there's no pressure there. That's just gravity's effect. So when you're getting that set up, you should do your final tunings and things there. I'm going to go ahead and go over setup on this, make sure it's all okay, and we're going to use the train. So tune, then relief, then A would be action, then intonation, and noodle. Play a little. See how it feels. We skipped the noodle there. We'll go back. She's tuned. And now need to check relief. I need a little Coke. Here's me. Oh my God. Put away our stretcher. And we'll put this away. 3-6. Ow. Ow. Ah, relief. Now I put it up. It's just plastic. Didn't bump it against anything so serious. Capo. Get my shark capo. I love this little guy. Put that on the first fret. Push down on the fret where you're meeting the body. And then you're supposed to check around the 8th fret or so. 7th, 8th. Alright. And I don't remember the numbers, so I have to look that up. Very little relief on here. So that's your neck bow. History. Relief. Okay. .005 to .020 inch. Magnet. Alright. 0.005 millimeters. Just goes just under it. So it's relief seems good. Just fine, so guess we don't need any truss rod adjustment. So train, relief. Now we go to action. Probably need to write these down so I don't have to keep looking online. History, action. Oh, I think I've actually been using, let's see, I'll need that in a minute. Memory has been juggled. Well, Baroque. If it ain't Baroque, don't fix it. Alright, this says your action gauge at the 12th fret for an electric guitar. First string 1.0 millimeters to 1.5 millimeters. Sixth string 1.5 to 2. And again, it's best to check this in playing position. One thing, when you've got it on there, you've got a lot of pressure on the neck, which can increase the bow. So you don't want to set it there and then pick it up here and actually have it be different. So we'll start at the highest string, the first string, 1 to 1.5 millimeters. Millimeters. These are hideous. How much stuff gets on these glasses. Magnifying glasses are helpful. This kind of thing. What isn't helpful is a freaking silver gauge with black markings against chrome strings or silver strings. Get some light in that equation, it can get a bit of a mess. Okay, this is at the 12th fret. That is currently at 5, 1, 5, almost 2. This side is at 1.5. I thought it felt kind of like those were a bit higher. Question is, do I want to actually lower it? If it was my guitar, I'd shim it on the E side, but I'm selling it. So, I don't know. I would kind of recommend going back in and shimming it instead. Okay, we're going to go, say, half a turn. Add another half turn. Okay. So this is a place where I kind of differ on my idea of how things should be set up with a lot of other people. See, I want this parallel to the body on my guitars. So if the string action, to have it lower on this side than it is on this side, you either need to lower that side of the bridge or raise the saddles on this side using shims. And I think most people probably would lower this. But if you think about how these are like basically two cones coming together at a narrow point, and the blades are swept and curved, the best position you can have is dead parallel. So you're going straight across the grooves in your studs. That's just the best way it can be. That means you can't have, keep this radius exactly the same. It's got to be kind of tipped a bit because these strings need to vibrate more than these strings. So, yeah, I would generally put a couple shims here and a shim here, maybe, to bring those two up a little bit. That'd get them on spec for this side and leave it over there and still have a flat plate. But I don't think I have enough shims to do it, and this isn't going to be my guitar, and it's not like if somebody was asking me to do this job, then I would do it the way I like it. But I'm just putting it back to how it basically would have been from the factory. And they don't shim at the factory, at least not on these. So, tune, relief, action. Oh, I'm supposed to do intonation before I noodle. Yeah, it's I like having that side lower like that. That is nice. Okay, so intonation. Hey, if you've seen any of my videos, which most people probably haven't, the intonation one always go horribly wrong. I had a terrible time trying to use their special tool. But hopefully this is already close. We'll see. I guess I should do it in this position. Which is it, sharp or flat? This tuner is very twitchy. Alright. It's not in the right place. Okay, if it's flat, then forward, and I believe it's flat. Well, I need to make sure it's in the right place. Well, or is it? Depends on how much you push it down. I'd say I could use a little more. Alright. She's a bit flat. I'm gonna get a loose screwdriver. wonder if that's 2 or 2.5. Ooh, 2.5 apparently. Might as well loosen the nut. So when you move these forward or back, you change the pitch. I need it to go a little farther forward. Quit being cantankerous. There's only a really small amount to go before it hit that Allen wrench, so I just let it slide forward. That's about as good as that can be. Helps if I turn it the right way. Flat. This one's already at the end of the travel before it hits the Allen. So I'll need to move the Allen wrench forward, or Allen nut. Okay, these two are currently in exactly the same position, so I'll know where that is. let's try there. If you're going sharper, you want to loosen the tuning key a little, because when you put the tension back on, it's going to be pitched up quite a bit. Pitched up. That dropped further than I expected. That wasn't locked, so the E shifted too. What does it say? A. E. Oh, come on. How could it be that flat? Moved it so far. I don't know. But that's what it says. That's the wrong one. Okay, now this time, let's see if I can find a place that's equal. Okay, it's basically where that one is. About there. Seems awfully far forward. Makes me want to know if I'm doing it right. The floater, when you do something like that, drastically tune that one back before you start tuning the other, or you'll find yourself always going up and down and up and down. Which is it? Seems to be right. Let's get those locked down. I'll check the next one. Maybe I'll look out. Again. That's not too much of a surprise because you usually get an angle going up this way for the first three, and then it shifts down a bit and goes up about that same angle on the other side. So let us lower this. And we'll start by somebody forgot to put this in there. I won't mention any names. Creak, creak. I wish it would stay in place. It looks damn near perfect. That seems okay. So everything's flat. So, time to take bets about how far forward that's going to be. Well, it's already too far forward to keep that in position. But I have to move that to the next one forward. I need something to keep track of where I'm at. I can afford till it's equal to that one. This may jump forward. Yeah, we'll go there. No idea why the A took a dump. Yep, just a little bit flat. good. Probably because I got this cold fan blowing on me. Oh, come on. You're being so well behaved earlier. Okay, that was sharp. Now it's dancing up. Maybe stretch it around through the nut because I don't have it locked. Wait, this one was sharp a minute ago. This one seems almost perfect. to flat. Are you getting sympathetic vibrations here, or what? Okay, it's flat. I quieted those strings to avoid having sympathetic vibrations from the other strings ringing and messing with the tuning. Move it that far, hopefully it's enough. Not enough. Come on. Why isn't it going up? Where I've turned the thing. I'd expect it to be a little forward of the last one. So that isn't a surprise. Oh, just a little forward of the last one. See if that's too much. I think that's good. Guess it's already covered with dust again. Like I said, this is a very finicky tuner. How did that go so far off? Ah, guitar's not out of tune, I am. Forgot to set the pickup height. Let's see. Should do that here. Get these things back on for a minute. Oh, come on. Where's the... Set this for 3/3 seconds. Done with intonation. Thank golly gosh. All right. Two old picks and one new pick here. Where's the new pick? Where's the other old pick? I don't know where the new pick went. Let's try this baby out. Got my fingeries. I like this stuff. Hopefully I didn't get it on my fingers, on my pick hand. Because it's very slick. Trying to remember where my volume knob cleaner spray is. Control contact cleaner. That's the one. That's the one. Okay. Okay. I highly recommend a magnetic mat if you do a lot of this stuff. Helps keep these screws from flying away. This looks all dull, but it's because the plastic's still on there. Just peel that off. I swear there's actually less little scratches and stuff on the back. Maybe it's because my shirt always polishes this. Good Lord. I don't think I've ever had this opened up. Good Lord. That's factory shit. Yeah, I've never had this open. Oh, feel how smooth it is. Oh. Oh, it's on right now. I thought this had a treble bleed circuit, but I guess not. Working it back and forth, working it in. Alright. Considering how quiet that is, I think we fixed it. Stocked with a brass block. www.floydbros.com. Wow. I'd say I'm too impressed with their anodizing on these screws. Wears right off. On the front ones too. You know what? Just gonna see something. I was thinking about just using a Sharpie on there. Color these screws. But I'll leave that choice up to the buyer. Okay, remembered while I'm in here, I should reinstall the official back plate, which still has the plastic on it too. I wasn't sure if these were the original screws because the anodizing looked like it was worn off. But yeah, they perfectly match these. So like, have a second. That was one of the better ones. This cover hasn't been on here since day one. Because I got it, it was all screwy from the factory. There wasn't a single setting that was right, including the spring tension. And so I had this off immediately. These have just been sitting in a box. See if I can see that. With black's gone. Sitting for a while, other than pictures. I think this is the first time I've seen the whole you. Seems you're busy, so wish you a very Merry Christmas. Oh, well, you are more than welcome to stay and chat, and we'll send a Thor, and Merry Christmas to you, and I hope things have been going great. Haven't heard from you for a while. I'm just dropping screwdrivers. Cleaning up this guitar and getting it all strung up and set up to sell it. Pass it on to some other Kramer fan. Now it's testing time. particularly my strap, by the way. So I think straps are kind of an individual thing anyway. Volume no better. Guess I have to mute those bottom strings. Better check the tuning here. Got a little crazy on it. So yeah, playing good. Got lots of little the front ain't perfect. Lots of signs of use on the front here. Bit of that crack there and that thing. This has never been abused. I don't know. That had to be something with the molding from the factory. But that's also not a part of the pickup that has any effect on the electronics or sound or anything. Just a piece of plastic that keeps the coil gliders from firing off. Shiny! Could use a polish. There's those couple little chunks there. Plays good. It still doesn't work right with my hand. There's something about the neck profile. And like I said, the Dean I had, actually sold the Dean modifier that I had because it was not working great with my hand, to buy this guitar. And then this one also. It's kind of learnt me about buying guitars online where you can't test them. Oh, no more scratchiness. That's fixed. All back to original. There's the, like I said, one of those just made it to get lost, so I replaced it. It's the right size. Does that say? Inspection card. Made in Indonesia. That's important. Yeah, this is actually the best it's played in the time I've had it, I think. I spent a little more time on the setup. Yeah. Not a bad guitar. Hope someone wants it. So I can buy a 1984. But, like I said, there's a few little cosmetic issues on here. Nothing that affects playability. And it's all back to unmodded and stock. I'll ship it in the box that I got it on. I got it in. With the original paperwork and sticker and stuff. Kept it around, so it might as well go with the guitar. That's Truss Rod Rich. Alright, I guess that's it. Take care, have fun, hope everybody had a great holiday weekend, or holiday week. Great holiday. See you later, alligators.